Great gardening. What a lovely day is it, right? It is April the 13th, 2023. And we are going to get some messages, right? Because I have a message that came through from the Most High regarding some of the things that people have been feeling in the energy in the collective, right? And it is basically because there is a war going on, Chosens. The spiritual war is real. And those energies that know their time is up for their devilment are feeling very, very frantic because of it. Those are vibrational beings. And we know that we all can vibrate at a high level or a low level. So, what we're going to do right now is just clear out our minds because that is the space where all of the things that we gather from the ethers come into so that we can convey those messages correctly without ourselves and how we feel, without the rumors and gossip that has been brought into our minds from where they have been transmitted, right? Because we know that even though there are people who are in high places, they are there because they were appointed, right? And however they got appointed, mainly the way that the Most High intended them to be there. They may have did some things that were not right or paying off people for their positions, right? And then we know that there are many who love to use their power in the worst way to do things to harm others to gain material wealth and possession. So the Most High's message to you, collective, for me was to not give up on yourself. Stay steadfast on the things that are not measured by the hands of man, right? All of those virtues that set forward to bring us balance that we need in this life. And we're going to put our thinking caps on because there's always some plot and plan to destroy those who are chosen, right? Because they don't want you to have the ability to receive the abundance that the Most High has already laid out for you because they cannot get on the right path, right? They have been doing so many things that are disrespectful to the collective. My divine feminine, my divine masculine. We will not be on the motherboard today, this morning. Thank you all for tuning in. Thank you for your likes, your shares, your subscribes. And we will do exactly what we need to do with getting the messages through. And on yesterday, there was a divine message for the collective that I did not upload. But for those who are chosen and are still in the faith of the Most High and using their tools, such as their books for spirituality and using them for guidance and wisdom. The Most High told me to tell you all to go into your holy word, wholeness, WHOLE, not the one that has holes in them, and look into what it is that is going on right now with the chapters 17 and 13 of Genesis, 7 and chapter 7 of Genesis, chapter 13 of Genesis, chapter 7 of Exodus, chapter 13 of Exodus, chapter 7 of Isaiah, no, chapter 13 of Isaiah, chapter 7 and chapter 13 of Revelations, because right now someone is about to become spiritually bankrupt, right? And we dealing with, we'll be thinking about what the Most High said the birth of Christ was for. and knowing that the government had stood on his shoulders, but he was here for to correct all those things. And then we have to correlate those um, biblical meanings, deciphering it, right? Because we know that there are some things in there that may seem so much of a parable that we cannot understand, and we have to not lean to our own understanding, because these are the times that everyone has been calling for. And the Most High also wanted me to let you know that this time, even after Easter, there was no hanging on the cross, because he has already risen. And that in preparation for that, with the repeated cycle of the celebration of the crucifixion and the resurrection, is not so much profitable in the spiritual sense, because we are being kept in a loop of that despair brought into the day of his supposed resurrection. But he also told me to tell you, when he was put up there, he did not stay there. He had left the body to be with the Father, so that they can convene on what it is that will be brought to justice in these times that we're calling the end, right? The revelation time, revelations. We're in those because the Spirit of the people has called for an end for all things to be brought. So that was just the messaging for those who are chosen and are still keeping the faith in the Most High Father, Mother, God, that is the creator of all living things, right? Using the word that was there. So now we're going to go into what it is that I was called to do this morning. I was called to use this book, and also from giving you all the references on that spiritual bankruptcy that is about to happen for those wicked and evildoers, right? Because we know that the wicked has no rest. The devil has plans on using those wicked and evil, because that is his assignment, that is his specific task, that is his duty, that's his job ordained by the Most High. No one can deter that, as well as the function of the angels within the collective, right? Or any other thing that we deal with when we're talking about spirituality with religion, whether it's mythology that we believe in, or whether it is things on an extraterritorial level when we're talking about the body of the universe and things that we know exist, or things that we are believing to be in existence, right? These things all contain energy. And the focus right now is on the chosen to be under spiritual attack. But those attacks will no longer be, right? How are we being spiritually attacked? We are being spiritually attacked because of desires and passion and even the lust of our hearts, right? Those things are being poured out, as well as the Spirit of the Most High has been poured out. And those are the things that would get us to dissolve with being of that highest light, right? That we all call on. So I encourage everyone to empty themselves with any type of energy that they have that is of their own fleshly vibration, when they're encouraging the Spirit of the Most High, because whatever you feel is not what the Most High feel. And it is our job as deliverers of the message to not include our personal likes or disbeliefs in the messages that we're conveying, because you're muddying the waters with your own feelings, right? And we know that the devil will use your feelings, because that is the every part of the flesh making you weak. You're spiritually weak. And it was like just a few minutes ago when the message was coming to me too obey to deliver this message. The Most High said, to those wicked and evildoers of messages, you will be working very hard. There will be no rest for you. Your work will be double overtime for what it is that you are projecting into the collective based on your own insecurities and the gossip that you have conveyed yourself to be in. So we're going to go with the family law first because we know that in this divine masculine and feminine type of life that we have, that things could get out of order, and it is every bit of the Most High's business to have everything in order, right? Because we know that He said everyone will be put in their place and there will be no stones uncovered. So we are in the reveal, the to reveal what it is. No matter how much we would think in the collective based upon our own culture that we have come from and the way that things have changed, this is what we are under. We may overstand that we should not be under specific laws because there are injustices with enforcing those laws. Dirty cops, dirty lawyers, dirty judges, dirty clerks, bailiffs, or whatever have you in those fashions of those business sectors that the Most High Brother came to correct, because it was just us that I saw in that separation, regardless of whether it was breaking the rules that was set by tribal codes and honor or the law that was enforced upon a specific group of people to keep them in bondage, physically and mentally and spiritually oppressed, right? And now the cleanup is that the tables have been turned over, and the Most High Brother did not clean them up. The job was left for the sister to clean up, but they did not have the ability to overstand that when the sister cleaned up and saw that mess, that it was going to have an effect upon her to are where we are now. The cleanup woman is in town. So we are going to go into what it was that I was saying that the Most High gave a message. There is someone who is going to be spiritually bankrupt. And those are chapters 7 and 13 that we can correlate our physical living within this. And in chapter 7, we have spousal support. And I'm going to read off the index of what these things consist of with spousal support. We're going to have a historical overview, the English roots, alimony and fault. Alimony on the eve of the non-fault reform era. Impact of a no-fault reform. And then we have the property division as a primary distributive event, right? We have shifting the focus from moral to economic considerations, shifting from an assumption of female economic dependency to an assumption of economic self sufficiency. We have the critique of the clean break, is what I am telling you. This is April. Clean slate, clean break, clean up your heart. We know that it is hard sometimes to resist temptation, and some may be wondering why they are having so many problems. Is because those things that you desire in your heart is what is bringing you into that transition of life, right? And then we know that there are so many trying to play the Adam and Eve game. Who did it? That is very childish at these particular times right now. Is detrimental to us to stand accountable for all the things that we have participated in and reflect on our actions that has caused that come around. Boom goes the ring, the alarm right now. So the factors to be considered are all in this chapter: the new direction, alimony guidelines, and the Ali compensatory principle. We have different approaches to structuring spousal support, and then we have permanent alimony. And then we have the lump sum support and the rehabilitative support as well in that chapter 7. Someone is going to be bankrupt because of this spousal support dispute that is going on. And this is everything within the spirit that was given to me for the chapter 7 and the 13. Right? Let's move forward with the chapter 13. We have adoption. And in the chapter 13 of the family law, adoption, you have the distinction between agency and independent adoptions, safe haven laws. You have agency adoptions, you have independent adoptions, you have the adoption process being explained, adoptions based on prenatal consent or relinquishment. We have the prenatal consent to private placement adoption. We have the relinquishment to an agency. We also have what if a parent changes his or her mind. There's an adoption based on the involuntary termination of parental rights, right? And then we have the adoption placement, the home study, configuration of relationships during the placement, the social study. We have the adoption. We have the judicial review and approval, making adoption more open. We have open adoption. We have access to adoption records. We have adoption in specific situations. We have step parent adoptions. We have adoption by gay men and lesbians, as well as single parent adoption and co-parent adoption. Okay, and while I was reading off these things that was going on, there was so much that the Most High was telling me about this word adoption. Every time I spoke of the adoption, there is someone who is in the collective right now that is experiencing a forced adoption, something illegal. You may not even know that these people are plotting behind the scenes to illegally adopt your children, to have you deemed unfit so that they can benefit off of your children. Maybe the family is incapable of producing a child of their own, and in vitro processes have not worked for them, and they are someone who you trusted that you can get help from. They have violated that trust, that they will be in this adoption that falls under that 13 in spiritual bankruptcy if they are responsible for doing things to you to harm your life regarding you having your children for yourself. But then for those who are really honest in their intentions on adopting children who do not have homes or families that love them or that are trying, kudos to you for everything that you do, because there are multiple uh, amounts of children that are being harmed, rightful, like truthfully being harmed, that need a place to be. And these are some of the things that we will talk about. There will not be a spiritual bankruptcy for you if you are doing right. But then the spiritual bankruptcy that goes along with what it is that the Most High gave to me for these wicked and evildoers who will not get any rest, that will have to do overtime, right? Is that your adoption and that spousal support that you are trying to evade, that illegal adoption, you will be spiritually bankrupt for your deeds, right? Let's go into the chapters to get some of the messages that it is that needs to be delivered today. Okay, so when we go into chapter 17, dealing with spousal support, it was given to me to stop right here on the clean break. Someone is having the hardest time letting go. Maybe you have been in a committed marriage for numbers of years, from 10 to 20 years, and now it is at its end. There has been all type of things happening inside of this marriage: infidelity, illegitimate children, possible STDs that are evident of that infidelity. Then you have the domestic violence, the separating and the going back. Now it's at an end because these things are too far in to reverse. But you were right here. The critique of the clean break approach. That is what the Most High is saying. That it's time for you. Because, like I said before, the brother flipped over the tables. The sister had to clean it up. And today I will be that sister for the Most High brother. Because the Most High Father is ready to do what it is that his children ask of him. The clean break approach has an appealing simplicity. As with former business partners, each spouse exits with a share of accumulated assets and is divested of each economic entanglements stemming from a failed relationship. Each spouse is thus free to build a new life for him or herself. However, despite this surface appeal, the clean break approach has been subject to significant criticism. To begin with, some have argued that the analogy itself is flawed because it is based on the distortion of what actually occurs in the business realm. This is every bit of a business deal. When you are deciding to sign a contract, marriage contract, with that partner, you are telling the court of law, who is the mediator, the litigator within your relationship, that you will obey the standards of the family law. And I'm going to just say this because I'm about to get off, and it's not in my feelings with the message. This is just from wisdom and knowledge and understanding, and being observant of what it is that we live in this life. You don't have to have a contract on somebody to be totally loyal and faithful to them, to love them in sickness and health, till death do you apart. That's the decision that you choose to make. That's what makes a marriage. Your responsibility towards the other person that you choose to love, or that you said you will love forever. But what we're seeing right now is because of so much of the lust that is being put in front of everyone's eyes, what it is that a woman or a man should have when it comes to their personal love life. They're feeling subjugated to desire what the world puts forward to them, but not what the Most High is giving to them, right? So if you don't feel like you need a contract to bind you to a committed relationship with the one that you choose to be with, don't go forward and do that. Just keep that in mind with that understanding, because there are all type of ways that you can have a profitable life without papers. Like the song say, better right. I got papers on him. Love is not possession, is what Michael Jackson said, though. But someone's going to learn too late. And keeping that in mind is like, why would you even sign a binding contract if you know you have not really set your mind on being complacent, for fruitful, and for have fidelity within that relationship that you chose to be within? So now here it is, you're under that paper. So this paper is what's gonna set you straight, because you signed those papers. And if you cannot be honest with yourself about what it is, the actions that you took, then something is entirely wrong with you. And you need to reevaluate yourself. And for those who are including third parties within their marriage, just so that they can have a breakup, something is extremely, extremely wrong with you, because all you need to do is clean break. That's what they're telling you. So let's get back to it. The decision to dissolve even an ongoing business concern. So the argument goes, does not bring all mutual obligations between partners to um, screeching halt. Rather, following the actual dissolution of a uh, dissolution of a partnership, which as when a partner leaves a law firm, there may be a um, protracted period in which the partners wind up the affairs, right? So you gotta try to get it done expeditiously. During this time, the partners continue to be linked by mutual obligations and continue to share a fiduciary relationship. No matter how strained the relationship between the partners may actually be, the UPA Uniform Partner Act views the process of winding up as a cooperative venture. You may need to look into that, the UPA, if you want to go into it further, because we are here to clarify, educate, and ratify each other, because edification is only for the Most High, right? And we're going to have gratitude in that, with honoring each other in that good light, so that we won't fall into the traps and deceptions of those things that come along with fleshly desires. Of primary concern, critics of the clean break approach argue that because many heterosexual marriages embody a gender decision of labor, with the husband's career assuming primarily importance even where the wife works outside the home. The assumption that a division of assets will permit both parties to begin life anew with an equal capacity for economic self sufficiency and is erroneous, right? It is argued that the marital division of labor has serious and long lasting implications to endure well beyond the end of the marital relationships. In families in which wives devote considerable effort to the domestic realm, they will generally leave the marriage with a diminished earning capacity. So the courts And the law is telling you that it is a man's responsibility to be the majority of the provider for the household. Not say that it is that way, because we know that we have gender roles reversing where some men are confident within themselves as being a house husband because their wives' careers are able to provide for them. If that's the way you live, that's your choice. If it works for you, don't let it go, because you can't live for anyone else but for you and yours. So then we are getting back past the diminished earning capacity, right? In contrast, a husband who has been far less encumbered by household and child related responsibility is likely to exit the marriage with an enhanced earning capacity. By failing to recognize and account for this differential, a woman's domestic contribution, which enhances family life during marital relationship, hinders her ability to create a secure post-married life. Right? See what they say? These studies have already been done. The studies are being conveyed right now, or convened. Studies that are being convened right now are only showing what is happening now that people are getting into these reverse gender roles and are accepting single parent households as well. Closely related is the concern that the clean break approach ignores the fact that a majority of divorcing couples have minor children who will continue to have needs following the divorce. The approach thus assumes a level of disengagement that does not correspond with the reality of the continued involvement that comes with having children in common. Further, the economic disparity between divorcing spouses is likely to be even more pronounced in households with children, as motherhood has a significant impact on persistent wage gap between male and female workers. One study shows that over the course of a lifetime, women with two children who had completed high school earned 49% of the wages earned by male workers. And sacrificing alimony to promote the ideal of non involvement, the clean break approach thus ignores the reality of this post divorce engagement between former spouses. Following from this, critics argue that alimony needs to be um, reformulated to eliminate the disadvantage that flows from the marital allocation of work and family responsibilities. Since the economic consequences of marriage continue beyond its duration, critics argue, so must the financial obligations. Okay, so hold up. Flooring, Following from this, critics argue that alimony needs to be reformulated to eliminate the disadvantage that flows from the marital allocation of work and family responsibilities. Since the economic consequences of marriage continue beyond its duration, critics argue so must the financial obligations. Although the proposals vary, a common thread is that, at least for a period of time following a divorce, earnings be subject to some kind of pooling requirements so that the primary earner does not disproportionately gain from the marital allocation of labor. Critics have suggested several specific proposals: that income be treated as a form of marital property, which, like the accumulated assets, would be subject to the claims of the partnership based on assumption of a joint contribution to marital enterprise as a whole. That income to be distributed to ensure that each household enjoys an equal standard of living. That the husband be required to buy out the wife's interests in the enhanced earning capacity, and that income be shared to reflect the returns flowing from efforts made while the joint marital venture was operational. Some of these concerns, coupled with concerns about the lack of the theoretical coherence as to the underlying purpose of spousal support and the lack of predictability in an awards, having begun to influence lawmakers. And the lack of predictability in awards have begun to influence lawmakers. As developed below, a variety of support reforms are again being considered, including the use of alimony guidelines, and a number of courts have shown a renewed commitment to permanent support awards. The consideration is as follow. Do you think alimony should be used as a vehicle for adjusting income inequalities rising out of the division of labor during marriage to ensure that the spouse with lower earning is not disadvantaged by his or her marital role? Excuse me, reading does make me sleepy. And that is just on the critique of the clean break approach. So, within that, getting outside of the book and going to my thinking cap, getting in the book of my mind, I have never been married on paper. I'm gonna say this: if any of y'all out there faking like we married, I'm coming to get everything. Because I know I ain't signed no papers. The only contract I'm going to have spiritually. Now, and then even that one, it ain't going to be to know anybody. It ain't with nobody. Right? But I'm just letting you know. You can play with it. You want to marry me and without my permission? Trying to get what? But I see why chapter 7 is for you. Because we're going to be on a clean break. You gonna pay what you owe and me. I'm just saying, who do those type of things? But we know they can. That's why spiritual bankruptcy, chapter 7, is coming for that tail, TALE, because your TAIL did something that you should not have done to somebody who that you thought would not TELL. All things were sound power. Factors to be considered. In most states, judges are required to consider a variety of factors when deciding if a spouse should be provided with support. These factors often include the following: financial need, earning potential, age, duration of marriage, physical and mental health, income and financial resources, the marital standard of living, and also the contribution to the marriage. So determine your actions. Think deep before you leap, is what they always say. Thank your Father who now art in heaven. Your daughter is on the cleanup. I need some materials. So we're going to go into the 13th chapter of this spiritual family law who may be facing spiritual bankruptcy. Because we know we're dealing with an adoption somewhere that is not legal, rightfully. You had your lawyers involved in this. Those lawyers are your family. You didn't think that the spirit was going to reveal what it is that you have capacity to do based on those who are there for you. You all have made deals with each other. You're holding your wicked deeds in high honor because no one wants to be exposed for what it is that they're doing or have done, right? Because we know that it is a painful thing when you are dealing with children. And all so much mothers have to deal with the pain of their children being taken away. Some of those cases are very needed. Some of those cases are unjust and are just because someone was just jealous, right? With the envy because they're a bearing womb. So we're going to get to what it is that needs to be done because the Most High said this right here now. This is what's about to happen. The home study. Because you who have done this was pointing fingers at the mother who you adopted this child from, to their father, in my collective, in the collective, our collective, but did not know. The Spirit gave me the word before the word is being read. Did not know that there's home studies that have to be done. It's no adoption. And if those agencies that worked against that mother that bore that child to help you illegally adopt this child, they're going to be looked into. Perhaps the most significant distinction in the placement process between agency and independent adoption is the home study. Home studies, which are intended to weed out potentially unsuitable parents, are generally not required in independent adoptions, whereas an agency cannot place a child into a home study has been completed. During the home study, prospective parents are usually asked about the following: religious beliefs and practices, approaches to child rearing and discipline, child rearing skills, the nature of relationship with extended family members, history of prior intimate relationships, career plans and how the child will be cared for, ability to provide for the children financially, history of criminal convictions, emotional stability, and maturity, right? And we know that so many people are out there. I see you with my eyes closed. I see you when I'm asleep. I see you when I don't even see you. I smell you and I don't want to taste you because the fruits of your labor are rotten. And it's nothing that you can do to make me delight in them. You see, the Most High told you that I am the Alpha and the Omega. But Yahweh Sephori told you that he is the Alpha and his Empress is the Omega. He does not dishonor the Holy Trinity, Mother, Father, Child, God. In the honor of the family law, he said, come with the knowledge of him. So I'm going to give you what came after. So I can go back to before, right? Even though we want to not deny, we want to deny before. We know this is a compilation, compiled revelations that we revealed, right? Because it's a gospel. But we did a whole lot of gossip on the tea. Sip the tea that you spell so well that you pour it out of your mouth to cast someone else into a bottomless pit, right? We gonna go into that because I got my thinking cap on. And in order for me to think critically about these things, I am a consciously aware person, trademark and copywritten. Culture vultures, energy thieves, and vampires. This is no feelings involved. I don't have any more for you. This is your time. Is at an end where late. You call for the end days. Quickly shall they come for you. The meek is rising up. It's weak. Meek but not weak. And there's a waking for the weak in spirit because they didn't know that there was a reckoning that they were going to awake to. Rise up, son. So, most adoption professional regards the home study as essential to protect the well being of the adoptive children while recognizing its potential intrusiveness. It is widely believed that the absence of a biological connection from which affective bonds are thought to naturally flow, prospective parents must be elevated to determine their capacity for developing a loving relationship with an adoptive child. However, the home study process has also been subject to two major criticisms. First, that the process often serves as a thinly disguised effort to rank prospective parents based on how closely they conform to the idealized vision of the perfect family. Who's perfect? There ain't none on this earth perfect. We aspire to be perfect. Some of you are perfectly wicked. Some of you are perfectly evil. Some of you are perfectly trying to not be evil or wicked. And that's okay because that means you don't love that life. You're not really about that life. Some of you are perfectly trying to rise your vibration past the hurt and the pain that has been in your life from the things that you have done, the people you have encountered and have had interactions with forcefully or agreeably. We know there's only two type of beings, agreeable and disagreeable. You may be agreeing to disagree, but that force to make someone agree. Some of y'all overstep y'all boundaries because y'all think y'all above everyone else. Okay, the first process often serves as a thinly disguised effort to rank prospective parents based on how closely they conform to the idealized version of a perfect family, right? Through the use of highly subjective, elevated criteria, nine non-conforming adults, including single parents, same sex couples, and low income parents, are placed at the bottom of the waiting list or are offered only children no one else wishes to adopt. How do you think about that? That's sad. So many children out there that really need loving people to love them. But y'all out here baby shopping. I want one with curly hair, blue eyes, brown skin, tan feet. I want one with big lips, a flat nose. Mm, mm, mm. The superficiality of baby buying. It's on the market. And then there's these designer babies. That's a whole nother beast. That's got their time coming. The thinking cap is coming for you as well. And we're looking at the low income families being put last. The same sex couple families putting last, or having to get babies or children no one else wish to adopt. You say you good. Why you passing over a child? You just want a child to love, right? Nah. You want a specific child to love so that they can be under your abiding will. Mm, mm, mm. Wow. The other major criticism is that the process exemplifies a cultural bias that exists against adopted families, as individuals who choose to become parents through biological reproduction are not subject to an evaluative process, as stated by Professor Elizabeth Brothlat, a leading proponent of this view and an adoptive parent herself. Everything that I'm getting from this spiritual bankruptcy with this adoption have everything with people did somebody wrong. There's somebody out there that is suffering because y'all stole that child. Are you trying? I ain't gonna say or. Somebody did steal a child through adoption. Somebody trying now. These things that's happening. I ain't gonna say no or. It is happening. Just like the parent who adopted that child that is beating that child, you misusing that child, they have visible scars and wounds. What are you thinking? How could you be so heartless? How could you be so cold? That child didn't ask you to go take them out of the market that you were there for to do that. And it's so sad that we have agencies like CPS that will evaluate families who have just getting birth to their children. And before they can even be home good enough, a week, they taking them from them because of what someone wrote on a paper. How long will you try to pencil whip us? And I'm saying us because I'm in the collective. And these things that I'm talking about could be for any person going through them. I could be going through them myself. I'm not though. I wish I would, because we gonna have a situation on our hands, beloved. And I know it ain't gonna be no beloved scene. I'm gonna call on the Father, and He gonna come down because He come down low. If He have to reach way down, He will pick you up. But the way down that you are, you don't know the Father to be picked up. You picked up a child to do what? Wrong bound? Could have let somebody else adopt that child. And for those who are on the right side of the fence with this adoption thing that we're talking about, is not for you. These are for the ones that's spiritually bankrupt because of what they were doing with these processes. Spousal support, alimony was a thing for the clean break. Somebody don't want a clean break. These are things that's in the reverse, on the reveal. 4132023. Right? Let's get into that. That's what this said. Stop for a minute because you did not do the number to correlate with the energy that it is that's going on with these people who about to be spiritually bankrupt and the wicked and the evil who's going to have to do extra overtime to keep up with the whole spirit, not the one that have holes in it for what they feeling, and not with the spirit telling them to know. They believe a lot. They don't know nothing. And it's not no shot to any specific one. Like I told y'all before, when the word come through, if you not behind me, you in front of me. So that means you must be opposing. And when the caps start capping, you're gonna get hit if you don't duck. So I suggest that you get behind me. 41320. We dealing with the 6. Have to come with that. Always. Well, we know when we dealing with the 6 today, this is April. This is a new year. The Father said that the Son did not hang on the cross this year. Coming back with the sword. It's time for y'all to stop acting like that's what's going on. Is that you gonna crucify him every year? He said you a lie. He wasn't on the cross when they thought, and he called out, he stepped out. That's why it was a borrowed tune, right? And we could get further into that when we dealing with the things of spiritual law when it comes to the self, the Christ like the body of man, but the Christ like in the spirit, right? And we gonna say what about it that happens to us when we may be hanging on a cross? But we're not doing that this year. Number 6 spiritually reveals that angels are reaching out to you to answer your prayers. Every time you see angel number 6, there is a possibility for you. Problem solving. Number 6 relates to problem solving and signifies the need for stability in all aspects of your life. What does it mean in love? The number 6 exemplifies affection, loving regard for others, and a caring personality. All 6s radiate with sincerity and warmth and are fluent in different love languages. The numerology of the number 6 signifies working hard to create peaceful and meaningful relations with other people. What did I say? So, we're going to continue on because this is the day that love has made. And we will be glad and rejoice in it. And we're going to honor the law of the Most High, which is love. So, for those who want to know, because we are revelating, and I will go into that book for this spiritual bankruptcy that the wicked and the evildoers are going to be in and will still have to continue to work overtime without any rest. Double overtime. And after these things, I saw four angels standing in the four corners of the earth, holding the four winds of the earth, that the winds should not blow on the earth, nor on the sea, nor on any tree. And I saw another angel ascending from the east, having the seal of the living God, and he cried with a loud voice to the four angels, to whom it was given to hurt the earth and the sea, saying, hurt not the earth, neither the sea, nor the trees, till we have sealed the servants of our God in their foreheads. And I heard the number of them which were sealed, and there were sealed 144,000, all the tribes of the children of Israel. The tribe of Judah was still 12,000. The tribe of Reuben was still 12,000. The tribe of Gad was still 12,000. The tribe of Asher was still 12,000. The tribe of Naphtali was still 12,000. The tribe of Manasseh were still 12,000. And the tribe of Simeon was still 12,000. And the tribe of Levi was still 12,000. And the tribe of Issachar was still 12,000. And the tribe of Zebulun was still 12,000, and the tribe of Joseph was still 12,000, and the tribe of Benjamin were still 12,000. And after this I beheld, and lo, a great multitude which no man could number, of all nations and kindreds and people and tongues, stood before the throne and before the Lamb, clothed with white robes and palms in their hands, and cried with a loud voice, saying, salvation to our God, which sitteth upon the throne, and unto the Lamb. And all the angels stood about the throne, and about the elders and the four beasts, and fell before the throne on their faces and worshiped God, saying, Amen. Blessings and glory and wisdom and thanksgiving and honor and power and might be unto our God forever and ever. Amen. And so Amun, right? We know what that means. And one of the elders answered, saying unto me, what are these which are arrayed in white robes, and whence they came? What tribe was they? With them palms in their hands and the white robes. The elder said, no. And I said unto him, sir, thou knowest. And he said unto me, these are they which came out of the great tribulation, and have washed their robes and made them white in the blood of the Lamb. Therefore are they before the throne of God, and serve him day and night in his temple. And he that sitteth on the throne shall dwell among them. They shall hunger no more, neither thirst any more, neither shall the sunlight on them, nor any heat. For the Lamb which is in the midst of the throne shall feed them, and shall lead them into the living fountains of waters. And God shall wipe away all their tears from their eyes. So this is what is happening, and why they're becoming spiritually bankrupt, because they did not honor the Most High's God word that is spoken to your heart, regardless what is written in books. This is just a reference to the energy. I know there's some who going to think a little bit more deeper beyond my cap into what it is that I'm saying, and there is a place for you to. Your digestive systems are overloaded with so much food for thought that you have perverted the waters for real. How do we recognize perversion? There's multiple ways to recognize it. right? So that is what it is in that particular chapter, the vision of the five angels and God saying unto the tribes of Israel. For those who are chosen, read into it more than what we should suspect of these times, right? And that other bankruptcy that will keep you spiritually bankrupt for going against the chosen, right? And a beast rises out of the sea. And I stood upon the sand of the sea and saw a beast rise out of the sea, having 7 heads and 10 horns, upon his horns 10 crowns, and upon his head the name of blasphemy. And the beast which I saw was like unto a leopard, and his feet were as the feet of a bear, and his mouth as the mouth of a lion. And the dragon gave him his power and his seat and the great authority. And I saw one of his heads as it were wounded to death, and his deadly wound was healed. And all the world wondered after the beast. And they worshipped the dragon which gave power unto the beast. And they worshipped the beast, saying, who is like unto the beast? Who is able to make war with him? And there was given unto him a mouth speaking great things and blasphemies. And the power was given unto him to continue 40 and 2 months. So that's over how many years? You got 12 in each year, but we don't know what they were counting the years by then. But if we doing with the Gregorian calendar, you know that a year is 12 months, 24 is 2 years, and then you got what, 36 is 3 years. Then we got 48 would be 4 years. Almost 4 years. And open his mouth and blasphemy against God, to blaspheme his name and his tabernacle and them that dwell in heaven. And it was given unto him to make war with the saints and to overcome them. And power was given him over all kindreds and tongues and nations. And all that dwell upon the earth shall worship him, whose names are not written in the book of life of the Lamb slain from the foundation of the world. If any man have an ear, let him hear. He that leadeth into captivity should go into captivity. He that killeth with the sword must be killed with the sword. Here is the patience and the faith of the saints. And I beheld another beast coming up out of the earth, and he had 2 horns like a lamb, and he spake as a dragon, and he executed all the power of the first beast before him, and caused the earth and them which dwell therein to worship the first beast, whose deadly wound was healed, and do it those wonders, and do it great wonders, so that he maketh fire come down from heaven on the earth in the sight of men, and deceiveth them that dwell on the earth by the means of those miracles which he had power to do in the sight of the beast, saying to them that dwell on the earth, that they should make an image of the beast which had the wound by a sword and did live. And he had power to give life unto the image of the beast. Should both speak and cause that as many as would not worship the image of the beast should be killed. And he caused it all, both small and great, rich and poor, free and bond, to receive a market in their right hand or in their foreheads, and that no man might buy or sell save he that had the mark, or the name of the beast, or the number of his name. The number of the beast is this: there is wisdom. Let him that had understanding count the number of the beast, for it is the number of man. So, and his number is 600 score and six. Let's get clear. Comprehension is everything. It plays a major role in what it is that you understand. Some of us are so literate, intellectual that we cannot read what we're reading. When you hear, when you write out numbers, go back to the basic, elementary, my dear Holmes, right? We're going to get our thinking cap on about this. 600 three scores and six. When you hear three scores, always remember that's 10 times 3. Let's make sure that we are collectively right. What's a score? Okay, so I'm half off. Add extra 10 today. Because we have a score being 20 years. So if there's 3 scores, that means that was 60 years. Right? So it's saying the mark of man is the 3 scores and 6. 666 years. Will we go back to? Three, 6, 6. The number of man, right? The number of man. I keep looking down at it because I can't look up at it. Who is the 666? To see somebody spiritually did not have enough common sense let him that had understanding count the number of the beast, for it is a number of man. Wait, the number of the beast is the number of man? Man, the beast? That's what he acting like? Beast mode. I ain't calling out one specific because I want to get this straight on this YouTube thing. Just because you all have taken names that you have heard people say in the collective throughout their talking, and those things resonate with you to have a vibration. These are the things you call yourself. These are not names that you were given, right? You have taken them from word, sound, power that others put forward. You did not deem yourself that. So when you hear someone say something about your selective name when they're speaking, It don't belong to you. Don't take it personal because there probably is somebody out there whose name is Beast Mode. But that was a saying before you decided to elect that name. Now I suggest this because when my thinking caps start flying, I'm coming with the nine. I could be in that mode if I want to, right? Because I'm a woman, is what they say. But I have no woes unto man. He has put them all on himself. Beast mode, style. Because we want to be the best, better than the best. Like I said, we are great because we are chosen. We all are chosen to be here in this life right now. We are living, but are we all chosen to receive the abundance inheritance that the Most High Father has laid out for those who have been faithful and who has been in tears that He's going to wipe away? You are evil workers of iniquities. Your time is come to an end slowly, one by one. But then there will be no end for the wicked. You're working overtime right now. You're going to have to. Because your love of money is what drives you to do all of those things in your root that is causing evil. The love of money is the root of all evil, not money. And it's sad that we want to say how consciously aware these people are that are giving these messages. Because see, when you take something out of the sentence, you pervert it entirely. Is the fact or is it fiction? That's elementary, my dear homes. We have learned those strategic methods of collecting statements to know whether it's a fact or a fiction. And the truth of the matter is, and nobody applies that wisdom still, that is definitely elementary. You should leave something out that is significant, a supportive word, pronoun, adjective, proverb. You're changing the message. That's why they taught you in elementary school how to play telephone line. You don't remember? You get the message in the ear. They're going to speak to you. It's from the first person. But we know with the telephone line game show, I've been peeped that out. It's always going to be somebody in the middle of the line that get the right message, but they just deter the message just so that it can be messed up. Right? That's why I say have an open mind to what it is that you're receiving, but you don't want to open your mind to everything that is deceiving. But when there's a message that's come down the line from person to person to person, that's what telephone lines show you. That's the distortion. That's why I'm so proud of my roots telling me believe half of what you see and none of what you hear. It's third party information, hearsay. And we know that people can be harassed behind hearsay, behind lies. How many times have people not lost their lives? Behind lies, how many times have people not been incarcerated? Behind lies, how many times have children not been taken away from them? Behind lies, how many people or livelihoods have not been taken away from them? The beast of a man, the men and the man, you kind of wonder about them both. You see, I'm looking at my numbers that I got written down, and it's always numbers. Sometimes the numbers add up, sometimes they don't add up. And when they say numbers can't lie, that's a lie. Because when you putting values in places that they don't belong, you know you're lying. We don't want to face the consequences of what it is that we're lying about. Now, the thing is, you can lie to me, you can lie to yourself. I can lie to you, I can lie to myself. But when you lie on me, or I lie on you, that's something totally different. Because you don't have to lie at all. You just say, I ain't about to tell you nothing. Keep your mouth closed. Plead the fifth. Do you know your rights? And see, that's the whole thing. We don't know the difference between our spiritual rights and our earthly rights based upon all laws. My divine brother, the Most High brother, came to fulfill the law. That law is love. Let's take a look and think about it. Let me see. Let me see if I know what I'm talking about. Because they already had been told me to go ahead on and pick up their Bible, because that's what they've been trying to use against me for whatever it is that I may say. And he said, the spiritual bankruptcy that you're about to face is because in Hebrews 13, let brotherly love continue. Be not forgetful to entertain strangers, for thereby some have entertained angels unawares. Remember them that are in the bonds as bound with them, and them which suffer adversity, as being yourselves also in the body. That's why. But see, the difference between going spiritually bankrupt and physically bankrupt is because you get a bailout on a physical level, and that goes for you firms, corporate giants, stepping on the backs of the little people, as well as you little people in low places trying to emulate your systems that you're under, right? Marriage is honorable in all, and the bed undefiled. But whoremongers and adulterers, God will judge. Let your conversations be without covetousness, and be content with such things as ye have. For he has said, I will never leave thee nor forsake thee, so that we may boldly say, the Lord is my helper, and I will not fear what man shall do unto me. A beast. Remember them which have the rule over you, who have spoken unto the word of God, who have spoken unto you the word of God, whose fate follow considering the end of their conversation. Jesus Christ, the same yesterday and today and forever. Be not carried about with divers of strange doctrines, for it is a good thing that the heart be established with grace. Where they told you to put your money at, you worldly. And I am not of the world. I am in it, but I'm not of it. And I have to take myself out of my feelings for these things upon the earth and the people of the world, because of the trickle down effect. Long time ago, I've been seeing some stuff that is just like you would want to check out, step off, be like Enoch. But at the same time, the purpose of my living for this time is purposeful, because I fear not evildoers and wicked. I sleep. That's where y'all scared of me at, in the dream realm. That's why you don't want me to sleep and be stressed. You think I don't know? I am a thinking cap. A lot of what you're thinking about is because you're trying to capitalize off of my thoughts, ideas, intellectual property. I give them freely for those who are in need, because you need worldly things to feel honored. You need worldly possessions to feel like you someone. You need gold chains and necklaces and earrings to feel important. Whoever I'm talking to. Now I'm not collecting, because we getting through these messages. And I'm not here to belittle nobody, because I've been through the ringer with the rumors and the wars and the rumors of wars, the gossip. Y'all got some tea coming back for y'all. Y'all gonna sip on hard tea. And it's Mike's hard tea. The Archangel Michael, his tea is coming to you. Gotta be careful what y'all doing in the spiritual thing. Call on the Most High. Who these messages coming from that you get? Can you call a name other than the Most High? I know you can, because y'all really got a call from somebody. It ain't okay, but it's all right, because it's not what is going to be the detriment of the chosen collective. Stand on the right side. What else is saying? Remember them which have rule over you, who have spoken unto you the word of God, whose fate follow, considering the end of their conversation. Jesus Christ, the same yesterday and today and forever. Whatever name that you call on them as, take that high resonate. I ain't excluding nobody in this. Be not carried about with divers of strange doctrines, for it is a good thing that the heart be established with grace, not with meats, which have not profited them that have been occupied therein. So here it is. You're going to say meats don't have nothing to do with meat, but they saying that it is, because you know in the beginning you were told that your meat was your fruit and your herbs. So don't go there. I feel you. You ain't watching right now, but you're watching. But then you're going to try to dissect and digest everything I'm saying. We have an altar whereof they have no right to eat, which serve the tabernacle. For the bodies of those beasts whose blood is brought into the sanctuary by the high priest for sin are burned without the camp. Wherefore Jesus also, that he might sanctify the people with his own blood, suffered without the gate. Let us go forth, therefore, unto him without the camp, bearing his reproach. For here have we no continuing city, but we seek one to come. By him, therefore, let us offer the sacrifices to praise to God continually. That is the fruit of our lips, giving thanks to his name. But to do good and to communicate, forget not, for with such sacrifices God is well pleased. Obey them that have the rule over you and submit yourselves, for they watch for your souls, as they that might give account, that they may do it with joy and not with grief, for that is unprofitable for you. Pray for us, for we trust we have a good conscience in all things, willing to live honestly. But I beseech you the rather to do this, that I may be restored to you sooner. Now the God of peace that brought again from the dead our Lord Jesus, that great shepherd of the sheep, through the blood of the everlasting covenant, make you perfect in every good work to do his will, working in you that which is well pleasing in his sight, through Jesus Christ, to whom be the glory forever and ever. Amen. And I beseech you, brethren, suffer the word of exoneration, for I have written a letter unto you in few words. Know ye that our brother Timothy is set at liberty, to whom, if he comes shortly, I will see you. Salute all them that have rule over you, and all the saints. They of Italy salute you. Grace be with you all. Amen. And that is the end of Hebrews, right? So we can devour the word, or we can delight in it, whatever it is that the message is giving, right? Because some gonna say that they're not religious, but I see you religiously every day on YouTube spread some type of message or gossip or gospel or what the Most High said. Ain't that the same thing as biblical? See, what you realize, because we are looking at it in an uneducated way of what it is that has been systematically pressed on us for the overstanding of these literary works, is that that's the same exact thing that you're doing, the same exact thing that which you go against. You're going against yourself because you're not. For me, for whoever coming, I feel y'all energy. I don't have to see your numbers. I don't have to see your likes. Y'all been on me since Facebook. I've been saying that. You use your wives, your girlfriends, and whoever else that you could get. Children, the subliminals. And it's sad because it's like a dog that will bite its own leg off to get out of a trap when somebody trying to set it free. I told you I'm the dog trainer. I never told you I was no dog. Now, if you want to spell God backwards, what part of goddess is going to deem her a dog? You got to be illiterate all the way. And that ain't no shot to nobody. I'm speaking my mind because I got my thinking cap on. And I told you when I started busting, I was not going to stop. Big Mama told you what she was going to do for Big Papa. He ain't nowhere around. And it's like, maybe I need to get into that stack. But they say I got this because my big brother Most High already told me I had the tools. He said, "Man, I'll give it to you." So they want to know, did I believe in Christ or not? I believe in Christ and me. If that's what you want to know what I believe, but me telling you what I believe ain't going to get you to know how it worked for me. Because that's every bit of me to access like you supposed to. But you chose the other side. And not the other side where you're trying to find out how to get. But you think I could show you from what I'm speaking on in my dreams. Think I don't know. So where do we go from here as a collective? Because I want to offer some resolution to you throughout the pain and suffering that I done been through. I tell people all the time, go ahead and put my shoes on if you want to walk up in them. You ready to get that blood up under your feet without shedding blood of someone else? Go ahead on. If that's what you think you can handle. Sad though. And I do feel admired in ways. I feel the admiration. Don't get me wrong. For those who genuinely love me, this message not for y'all. Y'all know to be behind me. This message is for those wicked and evil doers. Because see, the wicked was created to do away with the evil. And all of them gonna be cast into the bottomless pit with this Satan and death as well with sickness. How will it happen though? It's because we have to start with a healing somewhere. To get the healing that you need, you have to locate the cause of your illness. What is the cause of the illness? Trying to make everybody be under a one world religion. Trying to make them. It's not enforcement. You don't have to do anything that you don't want to do. You don't have to even live after you're born if you don't want to do it. But somebody's going to make sure that you living. But when you come to that own understanding in your mind and you start thinking for yourself, you got to put on the cap to say, if I'm in this thing, what is it about? How do I maneuver without hurting or being hurt? But see, the problem is a lot of you all are still walking around here carrying grudges, old childhood wounds, and you getting into new situations and relationships, and then you're excavating Because y'all love digging up all of that mess that got you feeling like you was feeling before you got into the next relationship that you cannot relate to, who have not been hurt by someone that they love, who have not been distrusted by someone that they trusted, who have not been let down by someone they have been let down or thought wouldn't let them down. But see, my thing, I ain't gonna even lie to y'all. I don't trust none of y'all. And on a very, 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 very bad day that I'm having, I don't trust myself, so I stay put. So I won't be putting that onto someone else. Don't ask me how I'm gonna start trusting nobody else. That ain't none of your business. Don't ask me why I don't trust nobody else. That ain't none of your business either. I'm telling you that I don't trust none of y'all. It's hard. I want to put my trust into certain things, but why don't I trust? Because the world is showing me every day how dirty and backhanded they are to one another. I got 2 children, and if I ain't trust nobody, I trusted them with that part only. Ask them if I trust them with my life. But I guess that is my life because I have 2 children. But I trust me more with the lives that I bear than I trust them. Why? Because they gave me a reason to not trust them. Not that I was looking for them to dishonor my trust. That's how people got, because I let that non-trust of people be removed so that they can become part of my life. I can go by myself for years and not have to do anything to pleasure myself other than drink a bottle of water if I think that's what's going to be satisfying. Because, see, we have to be honest with ourselves when it comes to what we deem to be pleasurable. Everybody know. Everybody ain't getting the same types of pleasures. There's common pleasures, but we know there's some perverted pleasures out there. And be on the real, not the REEL, because y'all do too much for that. Trying to get that which you love, which is money. That will bring your root to rotten in that evil and wickedness that you do and project. And I'm not saying that we perfect because the word's for you. What? Let me move on, because this spiritual bankruptcy that whoever is out there going through, I'm sorry that I ain't sorry. You the one sorry. That's why you going through spiritual bankruptcy. Let me stop saying I'm sorry for you. It's your problems, it's not my problem. But this is going to be your problem. You say the Ephraimites. I'm going to write it down for a whole nother. Okay, so we know that Genesis in the Bible and so many things have all kind of messages within it because it is a compilation of literary works put together. That's why it's the book of so and so, the book of who, the book of who, and that's King James actual way of citing his references for where he get this information from. Oh, look at this. We got on here. You got 101. Right up under there, Reader's Guide, the word hypocrite, pretender, a cheat. And it says these are the references for the chosen to look at when we dealing with that because right now the spirit is telling me even with someone with a Hippocratic oath or the HIPAA, somebody violated the HIPAA code, a nurse, a doctor, a receptionist, they work at the hospital, someone in my collective, those people use their authority to look into your medical files. That's a Hippocratic oath that they took to honor the law with not releasing your medical information. They're using the word Akashic Records to some people are using the word Akashic Records to verbally overshadow the fact that they're in your medical records, right? But that's a violation of HIPAA law. They're not gonna get away with that. They don't think people know that they did it. Every keystroke has a signature that is registering under their computer law, and those servers that the hospitals have, you can't delete nothing, even if you delete it out of that regular device, that unit that they're working on, but it is not deleted out of the server in their the spirit is telling me to tell you that every time they log on, whatever they stroking, whatever keys it is, it can be traced back to them. And if they even use somebody else's sign on, it's still gonna be traced back to the work area that they in. And under this, we have I am that I am, the name by which God revealed himself to Moses. That is just something to give you. And he said he coming into our houses, is cleaning house, is cleaning time to clean the house, a dwelling for a family, used in the sense of a family. It might include a whole tribe. I ain't lying. I ain't about to. For you, who are you? Because you want to know who am I, right? Household, a house, Bible falling apart. Ooh, this thing falling apart. Where is it? Deceit, fraud, thou. This Psalms. Let's go ahead on and collect these chapter 7s. I ain't did it to you, you did it to yourself. And the Lord said unto Moses, see, I have made thee a God to Pharaoh, and Aaron, thy brother, shall be thy prophet. Thou shalt speak all that I command thee, and Aaron, thy brothers, shall speak unto Pharaoh, and that he send the children of Israel out of his land. And I will harden Pharaoh's heart and multiply my signs and my wonders in the land of Egypt. But Pharaoh shall not hearken unto you, that I may lay my hand upon Egypt and bring forth mine enemies and my people, the children of Israel, out of the land of Egypt by great judgments. What am I doing? To defraud is to cheat or deprive. defy, to challenge, or mock. Degenerate is to degrade, right? And the defense is the safeguard and protection. These are the things that we are using, our tools to safely protect us in the war that is everything, a spiral in our life. And people are with the rituals, right? Spiritual war. Bold in these times is what the Most High is saying that we must be in the collective, in those who are chosen. Confident and brave is what that is in every sense of the word. Bold, brave. And I always say, be brave in these times. I'm missing pages out. As I know it fell. And say, oh Lord, my God, in thee I do put my trust. Save me from all of them that persecuted me and deliver me, lest he tear my soul like a lion, rendering it in pieces, while there is none to deliver. O Lord my God, if I have done this, if there be iniquity in my hands, if I have rewarded evil unto him that was at peace with me, yea, I have delivered him that without cause is mine enemy. Let the enemy prosecute my soul and take it. Yea, let him tread down my life upon the earth and lay mine honor in the dust. Selah. Oh, rise, Lord, in thine anger. Lift up thyself because of the rage of mine enemies, and awake for me to the judgment that thou hast commanded. So shall the congregation of the people compass thee about. For their sakes, therefore, return thou on high. The Lord shall judge the people. Judge me, O Lord, according to my righteousness and according to my integrity that is mine. Oh, let the wickedness of the wicked come to an end, but establish the just. For the righteous God tireth his hearts and reigns. My defense is of God, which saveth the upright in heart. God judgeth the righteous, and God is angry with the wicked every day. If he turn not, he will with his sword. He had bent his bow and made it ready. He had also prepared for him the instruments of death. He ordained his arrows against the prosecutor. He behold the traveler with the iniquity and had conceived mischief and brought forth falsehood. He made a pit and digged it and is fallen into the ditch which he made. His mischief shall return upon his own head, and his violent dealing shall come down upon his own pate. I will praise the Lord according to his righteousness and will sing praise to the name of the Lord Most High. Who are you saying? See, the confusion is this. Y'all confused. You're calling on the Most High, and you say you're not using words that are of the Bible. Are you not paying attention to yourselves? Because see, I could talk my talk like I talk when I'm talking to my people if I want to get like that. But I have more than just my people in my collective now that is paying attention to what it is that I'm saying. You want to disassociate yourself from words and saying that you get from something out of the Bible. You want to disassociate yourself with the Bible, but the Bible has the word the Most High in it. Y'all say it's a lie. Selah. That's a salutation that come out of the Bible. That's the problem. Is that they knew that we love to, as a people, y'all know who I'm talking to joke on each other, play the dozens, right? With your brothers, sisters, cousins, sometimes mom and daddy get in on it too. That's how you learn. They did it. Now, these type of dozens is the dirty dozens in a spiritual way because it come with word, sound, power, word spelling. To go forward in that, what it is that we have to offer one another, right? It's little slick saying, side saying, how you say you're talking out the side of your neck sometime, or you're trying to give it to a person on the slick. Y'all ain't calling each other out, but y'all right there by each other and too scared to even say what it is that really is on your mind. And get mad when you get a person who's blunt. But everybody want to smoke one though. My big chief told me he gonna smoke everything. He loves to smoke because he know what is really in his heart space. Who are arts in heaven now. So let's see what else we might need to discuss when we dealing with the chapter 7. Because see, that song of prayer of salvation from the enemies that David did in that chapter is telling you why you bankrupt. And moreover, the word of the Lord came unto me, saying, also, thou son of man, thus said the Lord God unto the land of Israel. And the end is come upon the four corners of the land. Where I'm gonna go away with it? What y'all want me to walk on? What you want me to stand on? What I told you. The Father word is the ever living word. We are the living word of the Father. Right? He put that light inside the mother, who's the earth. What did the angels of the four corners come to do? Deeper into that. But right now we on the spiritual side of it. This for my collective. Stay on the right side of the water. So you won't have to duck and get out the way. Because guess what? Consciously aware people are not running and gunning. Consciously aware people are hitting their targets every time because they're skilled marksmen and women. And that's why they may have faced many afflictions because their work and their calling is on a higher authority than what you have ever fathomed in this physical 3D realm. To see what you Babylonian men have done is deem yourself the only ones able to do these things of spiritual works. You're occultist or an occult, right? Of the dark source and not of the dark primordial waters, which has everything of light in it. but in a manner that is dark to dim someone else's light, or even your own, because that should be the pit that you fall in. We saw that already. You say, keep going. He said, don't stop. He said, don't stop. I'm not going to bother. You already told me you went down to slay the dragon a long time ago. I didn't see how it was going to be fitting for these times. And you told me I am just a messenger, and whoever get in the way of me delivering the message shall be dealt with. Communion with the other nations is forbidden. When the Lord thy God shall bring thee into the land whither thou goest to possess it, and had cast out many nations before thee, the Hittites and the Gorishites and the Amorites and the Canaanites and the Perizzites and the Hivites and the Jebusites, 7 nations greater and mightier than thou. And when the Lord thy God shall deliver them before thee, thou shalt smite them and utterly destroy them. Thou shalt make no covenant with them, nor show mercy unto them. How much more do I need to go? Are you not tired? TIDE is what y'all saying. You're getting caught up in the tide wave of information during this end of the Aquarius age, right? Do I have to continue on being an advisor to call you home to love? Because initially that's how I came to you. Oh, but then somebody met me like this. And I was still like this. And when they met me like this, I went like this. Because, real quick, they already told you, if you ever lived around a body of water and you know your land, if you're from that land, you know sometimes still waters run very deep. And you don't know what happened when you fall in real quick. Don't trouble the waters, especially if the waters are still. It's just coming up. Feel it. At every turn of this life, the reason why I know that the spirit of the deceiver has to jump from body to get to me is because he cannot have my body on my mind, right? Because he wants to be the entire host of my existence. Because I see beyond his deception in the tools and devices that he has made to encap our people so that they can be held captive with whatever they think will entertain them. I'm not doing this for entertainment. And they looking at me, somebody saying right now, she crazy. She on YouTube, all this stuff she giving everybody, eating it up and spitting it out and making money off of it. That's their downfall. It may be working for them on this side. I ain't I ain't gonna be without. Trust me. Most High Word already showed you that. Y'all can go read it for yourself. Just like you probably try to read my birth chart. Just like you're probably getting readings on me. And it's sad that you would even want to do that when I wrote. But see, the psychology reports did not study me. They're probably doing it now. But I'll make y'all laugh when I'm talking about the psychology report. Because I was thinking about my doctor, and I'm thinking about my primary care doctor. She's a Hindu lady, right? And I don't trust her. I know she's just someone else that is in the system. And the reason why I say I don't trust her, I didn't change, and I don't go to her that often. I don't trust her. You know why? Because she worked for the people who took a Hippocratic oath, where they got a whole bunch of Hippocratic Act, and they need healing too on a different level. Because see, they have the studies that work for the body, right? But when you think you got things going on, the only reason why I go to the hospital is for to get the inside view of what I can't see or what I don't know, that is how to combat it. Like if I got something going on, I don't know how to combat, I'm gonna go to the doctor to see what's going on. Excuse me. So I don't trust her. But the thing about it is these professionals in these places, they're all not saying as they would want to give other people the diagnosis of mental illnesses and social disorders. But for a doctor to tell me after coming out of a room with me, well, she's asking me about my symptoms because she don't know no symptoms. I gotta tell her what's going on with me. She can't tell me until they do the specimens. She lost her chart and had the audacity to tell me what kind of magic did I pull over her to make her lose her chart. What? Really? You serious? If I wanted to, I could have sued her right then and there if I had a mental disorder that would have made me be triggered to think somebody of a professional authority would know not to think or say that you're trying to pull magic over them. You're incapacitated at that time. So that let me know right there that I needed to discontinue her as my doctor, and I haven't been back to her since then. And I still have the ability to go back and sue. Certain things, the statute of limitations don't run out on them. Some things they do. There were witnesses there, but then I let it slide. You see, he won't deem me as a queen, skate queen. No, I'm the one who let you slide. Not that I'm forgetting what it was. It's just that I forgave you because I know you know not what you do. But then you not knowing what you do or trying to do to me is only increasing my sense of awareness to myself and my abilities for someone to think that I had special powers to misplace their chart. And you're the professional, right? So I'm saying all that to say there's a lot of supposed professionals that are very unprofessional. They don't have any bedside manners. Their courtesy is not courteous. All they want is what they love from you. And they deem themselves to be in them places so they can get the honor of feeling like they are healing you when it's you who heal you through the Most High. Right? Because your body has to do the work after the repair has been made if anything was severed or the excavation of what was intruding in your space, your body, your earth, your plane. Once it's removed, your body has to speak to itself to heal itself. That's just what the earth is doing. And you already heard what the message said with the chapter 7 of those who bankrupt from hurting the earth. In all representations of what that may be, whether it's women or not, of what you think. Because we have never seen a real man bore life, a bare life. Ain't nobody, ain't no man pushing them out of that thing. And you're not about to get cut open to get them out. And if it appears to be a man, definitely know it's not. Just having that baby. Y'all prefer that. The fabric of life that is divine will not be torn. Even though there's multiple facets of perversion upon the face of the earth. How much more y'all want to go rampant with your perversions? Hold up. What you said, Dad? Which one? Okay. And he said, judge not that ye be not judged. For what with what judgment ye judge, ye shall be judged, and with that measure ye meet, it shall be measured to you again. And why beholdest thou mote that is in thy brother's eye, but consider it not the beam that is in thine own eye? Or how wilt thou say to thy brother, let me pull out the mote out of thine eye, and behold, a beam is in thine own eye? Thou hypocrite, first cast out the beam out of thy own eye, and then shalt thou see clearly to cast out the mote out of thy brother's eye. Give not that which is holy unto the dogs, neither cast ye your pearls before swine, lest they trample them under their feet, and turn again and render you. Ask, and it shall be given you. Seek, and ye shall find. Knock, and it shall be open unto you. For everyone that asketh, receiveth, and he that seeketh, findeth, and to him that knocketh, it shall be open. Or what man is there of you whom, if his son asks bread, will give him a stone? Or if he asks a fish, will give him a serpent? If ye then, being evil, know how to give good gifts unto your children, how much more shall your Father which is in heaven give good things to them that ask him? Therefore, all things whatsoever ye would that man should do to you, do ye even so to them. For this is the law and the prophets. Enter ye in at the straight gate, for wide is the gate, and broad is the way that leadeth to destruction, and many there be which go in thereat. Because straight is the gate, and narrow is the way which leadeth unto life, and few there be that find it. Seek to find that. Let me proceed on about my way. Because, see, I was just walking along having a great day. Somebody thought they was going too strong on me. Beware of the false prophets which come to you in sheep's clothing, but inwardly they are ravening wolves. Ye shall know them by their fruits. Do men gather grapes of thorns, or figs, or thistles? Even so, every good tree bringeth forth good fruit, but a corrupt tree bringeth forth evil fruit. A good tree cannot bring forth evil fruit, neither can a corrupt tree bring forth good fruit. Every tree that bringeth not forth good fruit is hewn down and cast into the fire. Wherefore, by their fruits ye shall know them. Not every one that saith unto me, Lord, Lord, shall enter into the kingdom of heaven, but he that doeth the will of my Father which is in heaven. Many will say to me in that day, Lord, Lord, have we not prophesied in thy name, and in thy name have cast out devils, and in thy name done many wonderful works? Then I will profess unto them, I never knew you. Depart from me, ye that work iniquity. Therefore, whosoever heareth these sayings of mine and doeth them, I will liken him unto a wise man, which built his house upon a rock. And rain descended, and the floods came, and the winds blew and beat upon the house, and it fell not, for it was founded upon a rock. And everyone that y'all, not today, not today, not today, not today, not today. Y'all gets none. And the rain descended, and the floods came, and the winds blew and beat upon that house, and it fell not, for it was founded upon a rock. And everyone that heardeth these sayings of mine and doeth them not shall be likened unto a foolish man, which built his house upon the sand. And the rain descended, and the floods came, and the winds blew and beat upon that house, and it fell, and great was the fall of it. Great was the fall of it, the great fall of that house. What house? In my mind and thinking, it's already fell, and the bridges went down. But now, my people, you continue to want to drown in sorrow when you call for the end of days. How many years are we not into those ends of those days? 8:45, it was 8:44 on the clock when that call came through. You see, distractions, distractions, distractions is everywhere. What are the distractions? They're major. How are they major? Because they have major exposure. The modern Common distractions are basic to your personal circles. All those distractions that's out in the world are just out there to me. I'm here for a reason because I got a testimony. But I know this one thing I must do before I give my full testimony dealing with this spiritual war is I need to bear my arms because I refuse to pick up a gun to take someone out for their words because I can't control my emotions. I refuse to pick up a literal sword because I can't control my emotions based upon somebody's negative projections towards me. I refuse to use the system as a tool to systematically oppress somebody because I think they're trying to hurt me. I will use all my tools the purposeful way that they were intended to wield them right with all might that the power of the Most High Brother give me through the Most High Father. Until the Most High King come in my life because I have a duty to protect myself and all those who are in my company. And I'm going to do it like this first because the Father says so. My Father, who now art in heaven, right? Because the reaction is what you won't get, but you will get some action. Let's see if I got to act on that. Where I'm going to go at. And then said the high priest all these things. And he said, men, brethren, and fathers, hearken. The God of glory appeared unto the father Abraham when he was in the Mesopotamia, before he dwelled in Charan, and said unto him, get thee out of the country, and from thy kindred, and come into the land which I shall show thee. Then come out of the land of the Chaldeans, and dwelt. Then came he out of the land of the Chaldeans, 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 and dwelt in Charan, and from thence, when his father was dead, he removed him into his land wherein ye now dwell, and gave him 9 inheritance in it. No, not so much as to set his foot on, yet he promised that he would give it to him for a possession and his seed after him, when as yet he had no child. So you see, a lot of these things have to deal with a lot of these men who desire to have things that they do not have because they do not have the love of the Most High, which is the law that was set forth upon this land. How do we get to the root of these problems? It's because we got to look deep into the mothering of these fathers or these sons, right? A lot of them lack affection. That's why they're spiritually bankrupt. because they did not get the nourishment and nurturing that they needed from their mothers when they were small. The cycle goes on, right? It's a man's world. He created this life that has accumulated so much spiritual debt that now that that has to be paid. But there's no thing to compensate. So your chapters 7 and 13 are coming direct for you. Let's see what else. Because we need to roam on to something else. But he said they've been roaming too much from place to place. Roaming, roaming and roaming. Romans 7. Know ye not, brethren, for I speak unto them that know the law, how that the law had dominion over a man as long as he liveth. For the woman which had an husband is bound by the law to her husband, so long as he liveth. But if the husband be dead, she is loose from the law of her husband. So then, if while her husband liveth, she be married to another man, she shall be called an adulteress. But if her husband be dead, she is free from that law, so that she is no longer adulteress, though she be married to another man. Wherefore, my brethren, ye also are become dead to the law by the body of Christ, that you should be married to another, even to him who is raised from the dead, that we should bring forth fruit unto God. For when we were in the flesh, the motions of sin, which were by the law, did work in our members to bring forth fruit unto death. But now we are delivered from the law, that being dead wherein we were held, that we should serve in newness of spirit and not in the oldness of the letter. This is where we are going. What shall we say then? Is the law sin? God forbid. Nay, I had not known sin, but by the law. For I had not known lust, except the law had said, Thou shalt not covet. But sin, taking occasion by the commandment, wrought in me all manner of um, conspicuance, for without the law, sin was dead. Right? But don't get it confused with the law of love, because that's a whole nother thing. Remember, we talking about law of the letter. And the commandment which was ordained to life, I found to be unto death. For sin, taking occasion by the commandments, deceived me, by it slew me. Wherefore the law is holy, and the commandment holy, and just and good. Was then that which is good made dead unto me? God forbid. But sin, that it might appear sin, working that in me by that which is good, that sin by the commandment might become exceedingly sinful. For we know that the law is spiritual, but I am carnal, sold under sin. For that which I do, I allow not. For what I would, that do I not. But what I hate, that I do. If then I do that which I would not, I consent unto the law that is good. Now then it is no more that I do it, but sin that dwelleth in me, for I know that in me that is in my flesh. See, we dealing with that because the word is speaking. And I haven't ever told nobody that, I don't know, the personal spiritual battle is within yourself over flesh, right? Those things therein. I'm gonna take it like that. Because for 2 hours and 30 minutes, I'm sitting here speaking right now. There's somebody trying to take my phone shot cover. See, because mental, spiritual, mental. And I within myself, but that's okay because I'm gonna filter myself out and still go. That's what it is. It's coming out. Dwell it, for I know that in me, that is in my flesh, dwelling no good thing. For to will is present for to will is present with me, but how to perform that which is good I find not. For the good that I would do not, but the evil which I would not, that I do. Now if I do that I would not, it is no more that I do it. But sin that dwelleth in me, I find then a law, that when I would do good, evil is present with me. For I delight in the law of God after the inward man. Okay. But I see another law in my members, warring against me, the law of my mind, and bringing me into captivity to the law of sin, which is in my members. O wretched man that I am, who shall deliver me from the body of this death? I thank God through Jesus Christ our Lord. So then, with the mind, I myself serve the law of God, but with the flesh, the law of sin. So, those Romans with their sinful ways that they did not want to let go. Right? Who are they? Are we all of them? Do we forget how to go home and not roam? Are we so stuck in this sin? Because I got to think about it too. For every bit of my members, right? My body, for whatever it may be, just like coming in and out of the scene. But what this live is giving me to show the word and body. You see right here? This is where the spiritual meet the physical. Because we're talking about those things being casted out. And why you may be under attack is when you release those things of the body that is not good to the law of the Most High God, you will be targeted spiritually, attacked physically. But as long as you're doing the work of the body in the flesh in sin, that's going against what is good, you're not going to be attacked. Chosen, don't you understand why? I know you do. But collective seers, readers who out there that's doing the work of the Most High God, so grateful for you. Those podcasters, members of the tribes, members of whatever groups that's on the right side of the fight. Because we tired of being sick and tired of being sick and tired. We're tired of trying to have to re-identify ourselves in the flesh. We're tired on people saying they will be there and they will not. Right? You're talking about how much the Father or the brother or the Holy Spirit is not there. But it has to be activated in each individual who are the harvest of the Father, the Son, and the Mother with the Holy Spirit. That's who is the Holy Spirit. The Mother. And they want to go against me because I'm coming with the word of the directness of what we live in. Life show us over and over again. We ain't gotta make up no fairy tales. And I feel like this: if the extraterrestrial that we think are UFOs and this and that or whatever haven't revealed themselves to the whole public right now, is because they probably looking at us like we savage for real. And I ain't excluding no group upon the face of this round flat earth. That didn't make sense. The round flat earth, right? Think about it yourself. Figure it out. If you square, you'll know something different. I don't know what you choose to live. It's your choice. Your imagination is yours. And the works of your imagination will not be my choice. That's what you choose to imagine. So that's what would be the demise of your life. Because I got a whole different imagining. And if I start imagining against the imaginings that's trying to imagine against me, then it's going to be a war of imaginings. And guess what? I got some imaginings that you all want to know. So you don't want to be on the wrong side of that. Let me see. Because he said, you know what? You ain't give him no 13s. You've been on the 7. Ain't resting right now. You ain't hitting hard enough. Oh no. All right. Let me see. Let every soul be subject unto higher powers, for there is no power but God. What? Romans 13. Oh, look at this. Open right up to Corinthians 13. Though I speak with the tongues of men and angels and have not charity, I am become as sounding brass or a tinkling cymbal. And though I have the gift of prophecy and understand all mysteries and all knowledge, and though I have all faith so that I could remove mountains and have not charity, I am nothing. And though I bestow all my goods to feed the poor, and though I give my body to be burned and have not charity, it profited me nothing. Charity suffereth long and is kind. Charity even it not. Charity vaunteth not itself, is not puffed up, do not behave itself unseemly, seek it not her own. It is not easily provoked, think it no evil. Rejoice not in iniquity, but rejoice in the truth. Bear it all things, believe it all things, hope it all things, endure it all things. Charity never faileth. They say never, but I'm going to say never. Charity never failed it. But whether there be prophecies, they shall fail. Whether there be tongues, they shall cease. Whether there be knowledge, it shall vanish away. For we know in part, and we prophesy in part. But when that which is perfect is come, then that which is in part shall be done away. When I was a child, I speak as a child. I understood as a child. I thought as a child. But when I became a man, I put away childish things. For now we see through a glass darkly. But then, face to face, I know even as also I know. And now abided faith, hope, charity, these three, but the greatest of these is charity. What are you out there saying about people giving what they got? The one of my 2 cents that I had, I gave it. You wanted me with nothing. That's how you repay my love, right? It's what the collective is saying. This is for my chosen who had to get that. 1 Corinthians 13. Because he said, you ain't hit them with the 13, you've been giving them the 7s. Let them see what that 13 gonna bring. Because they want to know. They want to know. They want to know. But let's revelate about that. Oh, yeah, we did, huh? That was the only one that was the full in Revelation. Right? Let's see. Let's see. Let's see. Let's see. And suppose she, through St. Luke, that these Galileans were sinners above all Galileans because they suffered such things? I tell you, nay. But except ye repent, ye shall all likewise perish, or those 18 upon whom the tower of Siloam fell and slew them. Think ye that they were sinners above all men that dwell in Jerusalem? I tell you, nay, but Except ye repent, ye shall all likewise perish. A certain man had a fig tree planted in his vineyard, and he came and sought fruit thereon, and found none. Then said unto the dresser of his vineyard, Behold, these 3 years I come seeking fruit on this fig tree, and find none. Cut it down, thy cumber it to the ground. And he answered and said unto him, Lord, I let it alone this year also, till I shall dig about it and dug it. And if it bear fruit, well, and if not, then after that thou shalt cut it down. Woman, thou art loose from thy infirmity. And I'm only reading the way. Thou hypocrite, do it not each one of you on the Sabbath loose his ox or his ass from the stall and lead him away to watering? And ought not this woman, being a daughter of Abraham, whom Satan had bound, lo, these 18 years be loosed from this bind on the Sabbath day? They said somebody was trying to do black magic rituals. That's why this is coming up. But you're chapter 13, spiritually bankrupt. And the word is read, RED. Unto what is the kingdom of God like? And whereunto shall I resemble it? It is like a grain of mustard seed, which a man took and cast into his garden and grew, and it grew, and it waxed a great tree, and the fowls of the air lodged in the branches of it. Whereunto shall I liken the kingdom of God? It is like leaven, which a woman took and hid in 3 measures of a meal till the whole was leavened. Strive to enter in at the straight gate, for many, I say unto you, will seek to enter in and shall not be able. When once the master of thy house is risen up and had shut to the door, and ye begin to stand without and to knock at the door, saying, Lord, Lord, open unto us, and he shall answer and say unto you, I know you not whence you are. Then shall ye begin to say, We have eaten and drank in thy presence, and thou hast taught in our streets. But ye shall say, I tell you, I know you not whence you are. Depart from me, all ye workers of iniquity. There shall be weeping and gnashing of the teeth when ye shall see Abraham and Isaac and Jacob and all the prophets in the kingdom of God, and you yourselves thrust it out. And they shall come from the east and from the west and from the north and from the south, and shall sit down in the kingdom of God. And behold, there are last which shall be first, and there are first which shall be last. Ye Go ye and tell that fox, Behold, I cast out devils, and I do cures today and tomorrow and the third day, and I shall be perfected. Nevertheless, I must walk today and tomorrow and the day following, for it cannot be that a prophet perish out of Jerusalem. O Jerusalem, which killeth the prophets and stoneth them that are sent unto thee. How often would I have gathered thy children together, as a hen doeth gather her brood under her wings, and you would not? Behold, your house is left unto you desolate. And verily I say unto you, ye shall not see me until the time come when ye shall say, Blessed is he that cometh in the name of the Lord. Do we need to go on this route? And I'm saying that because people use the Bible to manipulate people who don't know how to comprehend for themselves, or looking for divine messages from the Most High through someone else. Whenever, I'm going to tell you, I'm just a messenger. Whenever you consider yourself not a part of the living word, what is the Bible? With the word is a living word. This is just to encapsulate us. It's a time capsule because you can go back and see that it was from times ago, that is still encapsulated in this book that we use today. So it could be a pill that you'll swallow. It could be a hard pill or a soft pill, depending on your illness. But some people get what they call it a placebo. Not everybody getting the real medicine. Some tea is fake tea. Some tea is refurbished. Some tea is remanufactured. Some tea is been used and then repackaged. Think about that. Or we sipping the spill, right? Because I'm gonna get me some of every bit of what it is that I have inherited. And it don't have nothing to do with this earthly realm. Because so much we want to say it's time to get out. But why am I stacking up more earthly possessions if I got to get out? Whoever I'm leaving behind, that's their responsibility for them, right? Or wrong? Because what? You say we got to repeat these cycles if we don't pass our test. And we would have to be incarnated again. Because you don't get to decide what happens with reincarnation. So when you think you're the highest of the highest, you come back at the lowest of the lows. But to be acceptable of that, if you have recollection from any of your past lives, what have you done differently this time? Because I don't recall any of them. Only thing I can do is go into a dream state and say that this is something that I've seen, but it all looks so much of a futuristic thing to me. But how do I know what the past looked like if I haven't already seen some types of pictures to tell you this is what it was of a past life? This is the era of that dream. This is what they wore. This is what I saw. This is how they spake or spoke. And it's in these times right now that we're living in where the biggest problem that people are having is how many partners they want to have or have not had or is in a low vibrational relationship with or toxic body, mind, and spirit, and who's giving who's the blues in their balls. It's nothing private. So when you want to talk about sacred or sacred and you speaking on it, it ain't private. You didn't keep it private. That's the enmity that it was the serpent, your tongue. What do y'all see in certain things? I'm just asking a question. Anyone want to come in? They have the ability to. The comment section is right there. When I get this channel thing running, the way that it needs to go, I will have moderators. But now is not the time for this. This is solo venture, a sole proprietorship. I don't need a chat to give me any knowledge or information that it is that I present, because I will not steal it from them. But know this, my chat, when y'all come in my chat, whatever knowledge and information that you give me that is not of the gossip or hearsay, it will be acknowledged from you delivering that. I will not sit there and act like the knowledge and information that you receive, you give me in my chat is solely my own thinking, because I would be denying you. And to deny you would be to deny myself, as I'm denying the Holy Spirit giving your presence to me. And that would make my spirit unholy, because there's a flaw in there. There's a hole. HOLE. I live in. See that? But then the thing about this is, why oh why oh oh why oh, it wasn't enough. It's enough. It was enough. Somebody needed a clean break. Somebody's adoptive processes ain't right. Don't take it personal, but it's only gonna be personal if you are the ones. And if you feel like you know me, or you're in my presence or whatever, or here and able to be, you watch this, I can't tell you nothing that you already know. The only thing I could do is not prying on no energy. And I'm seeing it like this. It's given already, because the Most High know I'm gonna be receptive, and I'm going to deliver the message without my own personal views or opinion when I'm speaking to what it is that is for the collective to get without me. Now, see, when I go into narratives about stuff, I'm saying me, and I'm saying you, but I don't know who you are. There's many of you I could think of. I'm still counting up, process of elimination. Because, like I said, I am a thinking cap, and I am going to consciously aware. Bridget, not going to do it blindly. I'm no runner and no gunner. I'm a marksman, markswoman after that, because they didn't want women, to be marksmen. And not today. You see how that go? Because I could hear my talk, and I was just thinking about that. And that number that just called is in the reference to that. But now it's not the time, because I know that call will be ending up going as long as this live will go. Leave a message. Because if anybody think I'm important enough to communicate with, they gonna call back, because it's important, and we won't let it go. This is just that this is not the time for me to answer any calls. 9:25. And back on the 7, because somebody's spiritual bump. I'm looking at how the 7 just keep coming up. Spiritual bankruptcy. 9 to 5. 9 and 5 is 7. And 9 and 7 is 16. And 16 and 1. 1 and 6 is 7 again. It's energy. You put that energy out there after me when I was running away from you. You're shooting me in my back. You're stabbing me in my back. You took my weapons from me, is what you thought. But you did not know that the Father had already won the war. We're playing it out. I just have to live through these motions. And now one of y'all will ever stop me from speaking my peace. I declare the First Amendment all over this stream. In every other stream that I do. I'm not about to tell YouTube that over and over again. They already know. They uploaded my video the other night when my phone clicked out. I didn't even press done. They did it for me. How many of you not know that there's supervisors and managers of every business? And they have to do a quality control check. We are dealing with the law, the letter L. Love actually working. Love always win. Lessons always work. Because the lessons work so that we can know how not to fall in those ditches. The ditch digger. The ground was flat before you started digging the ditch. But you started digging and digging. You wasn't digging standing on the side. You was digging standing right in the hole. I told you what I know. I warned you many a times. But you thought it was a game because you love to play games. Game of life. That's what you said. But life is not a game. They're going to call back. They have to. They want to talk to me. Now, the rendering of the Father's judgment is not based upon my own discernment. I don't have to do that. I've been came into the arena letting people know that I know the word. Why I know the word, don't believe it, is because I lived it. And there's now one of you out there who's going to put me in any place in the Bible that you will want to suggest for me to be, because I will be everything in that Bible that you don't want me to be. And that's of a God in creation, made in the image of the Most High God. And that's is S. God essence. Goddess. God is good all the time. Goddess is good all the time. I only meet you with resistance when you try to ambush me. But I am the daughter of a big chief who loves that smoke. It's no joke. And he always called me a fire starter. His wisdom and knowledge proceeded beyond what I could comprehend. My father named me. Now, shall I proceed? Because I see your video, Voyagers, loving it up. What he tried to pour out of his mouth after me, that great flood. Where do you want to place me? You would never. And I don't care of what level of any type of aggression or whatever you think you perceive from me. This is no act. I am not a violent offender. I am not a perverted person. I have never been convicted of anything that will land me in jail or in hell. I rebuke so many thoughts of being in a conflict to get resolution to whatever opposition is there. That's how I've made it thus far. No matter how somebody may look at me, because they can't comprehend beyond their own level of understanding what they see about how I look different. I'm sorry that you're stale. And this is not for my collective. This is beyond. This is going to those who are projecting. They're throwing rocks and hiding their hands to someone who see them when they plot in their mind. I'm an empath. And so the energy that you use when you thinking of me is already transmitted on the wave. I told you I hear a sonar wave, sound wave. Why you think I wouldn't feel your thought? And when the words spell it out to me, I'm gonna put it in song. You don't have to worry about the rats, the snitches. There's a rattling that's gonna be inside of you from racking your brains, your own self, behind the blockers that refract that light which you try to project onto me. That's what my collective is gonna feel too. Don't worry, chosen, saying it. They spiritually bankrupt. And the thing about it is that they're trying to hold on to your God essence to help them have a little vitality, right? Because every time they plot and said that I'm gonna do this to get this from her or him, a divine masculine, a divine feminine, that's exactly what energy was sent that you block. Is this a love reading? It's every bit of love in it. Because I want to love you before I hate you. But if I love you, that don't mean I have to be in love with you. That's the problem. Some people want you to love them, be in love with them while they abuse your love because they don't know how to stop and start loving themselves. They're empty. And a bottomless pit for somebody that is empty is the heart that is going to have the desire to compensate for their lack of love by trying to get pure love from every person that is sincere. Because there's a lot of things that's pure. Don't get it twisted, y'all. It's pure hate. That don't mean that it's good, right? That means that it's full proof of that thing which it is. Or shall I proceed to let you more than what it is that is in my mind? Because the records that you try to get into ain't half of what it is that is there. It's only 1%. Simple, true, genuine. It's genuinely that what it is. It's true hate, pure hate. It's true. It ain't fake hate. Pure love. It's true love. It's genuine. It ain't fake. So don't get it twisted when you talk about things that are pure. Because what you think is pure don't mean that it does not have that which can make it be impure. Impure. Right? Because impure means that it would be the opposite of what pure is. So to speak on pure impure hate means that there is love, right? We don't want to be ignorant. We're gonna use the word right. So purely, whoever think they not tainted, you're pure of lies. Do you not eat the herbs to detox yourself? If you're pure health, why are you trying to get rid of the impurities? If you're pure life, why should you use anything to sustain? Those are the questions that one who reasons with their self will do. How do you gain the ability to reason with yourself? You're going to isolate yourself from the world. And then those things which formulated questions in your mind, you will sit back and gather the knowledge and information that you seek from forming those questions. And if you can't answer yourself and reason with yourself, then you get the necessary help. He said, you have not because you ask not. Seek and ye shall find. Knock and the door shall be opened. But you want to barge your way. Invasion, intrusion in every aspect of what it is that you say you're not. because you're held in the honor to be someone who is a protector. I feel it. I'm not calling nobody out. DM, DF, Sagittarius, Scorpio. Tired of this game. We can use all of the acronyms that we want for whatever label we gonna put on human behavior, good and bad, wicked, evil, delightful, heavenly, hellish, get all of it. Because the same one that may be looking at me as an angel could be a devil to somebody else. Or just as well as somebody may be looking at me as an angel, I can be a devil in somebody else's life. The same as you can in anybody else. Let's get that clear. But what you trying or I'm trying versus what we doing is showing you what is the push and the pull. The up or the down. The heads or the tails. Why everybody dog trying to chase one? You're off the leash. And wonder why those doggy treats don't treat you as good as you thought it would. Come out of your darkness. Come out of your self-loathe. Come out of your depression. Come out of your hate. Come out of your addiction that is causing you to mistreat and abuse yourself and others. Come out of your ego that make you think you too high up to fall down. You might as well go ahead on to outer space. Go ahead on. Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead on. Go ahead. Then that's the thing up there with them other astronauts waiting on your astronomical mind view of you being above everybody. Go ahead. Take whatever you need to take. I'm not encouraging you. I'm being sarcastic if you know. But some of you don't know because you think that you have been well taught, but you have been well miseducated. And wondering, who am I? What am I? You would not have to wonder. If you were that intuitive, you would know. Based upon what it is I already told you. Because you're looking for something to be alive. But I'm going to lay that on the line. Just like the ones that's on the earth that we cannot see, but we know that's there. How? Somebody took a trip. That's why I say go ahead, take all what you want to take to get where you're going. When did you leave physically? Because guess what? If I was to do something that's supposed to bring me somewhere else that I know I could be, that is different than what I'm claiming this earth to be, why wouldn't I want to take that and be gone, and not come back physically? Somebody wants you to be led into the slaughter. Somebody jealous because they can't do what it is that you physically, spiritually have the ability to do without even using something. Because they're not tapped in. They tapped out because they didn't want to be in. So they got locked out. And now they fighting to earn their way back in to that which they're out. And it's becoming to be a burglary, a break-in. They ain't just peeping through the window. They trying to come in through the window. And I know for sure from dreams that I had, from personal experiences, that it was attempts on me. You had no invitation. And to the one who know you were invited, I hold you responsible for all of the grief that you have caused. But do that make me stop loving you? No, because I love you because you don't love yourself. I just cannot accept your behaviors. Because the thing about me, I want to know that I could go to sleep at night and sleep well next to the person that I love, my children, my mate, my mother, my sister, my brother, whoever it may be. Because so many times people have gone to sleep with someone that they thought they loved and didn't wake up. And it is a thing that I cannot stand. I hate you all who do that. I hate y'all. I hate y'all who kill people while they sleep. I hate y'all. Made it a mission spiritually to seek and find you. I can't stand y'all. They say hate is a strong word, but I know that these are the things that God do hate. Those are quick to shed innocent blood. Those that bear false witness. You want me to go on? Or do I need to get the evidence? Because I love forensics. If you've seen any of the lives, you seen that the other night, that I love forensics. My daughter gave me a whole case, and I had already solved it before it got solved. I told her it was her. Now, how did she do what she did? It's supernatural, but she did not remember because of what she thought she did. But the case is this: we got a lot of people hurting. We got a lot of people suffering. We got a lot of injustices that has not been made right. Those evil and wicked doers, they don't realize that these are the times that the people have been crying for. But to keep us in a loop of thinking that there will not be any justice rendered, when we say everything come out of this is righteous and holy, how you gonna deny in the end what he said is gonna happen? If this is what we go by, if this is what the letter of this is made by, the law, basically, you're denying your contracts. If you do not uphold this, this will not stand. So when you do away with one, you must do away with them all. So where are we ready to be? I'm pleading with humanity to change its ways, because I feel the earth and all of the hurt. The Most High Father already told y'all who's standing on them four corners, do not, do not hurt the earth. You fail to listen. You build your devices that accelerate particles and move ions. And you think that there will be no response. What you're doing is just like those dirty cops with those zappers, right? Those tasers. You're tasing the earth. The reaction of that, the shaking of that. You're a host on the earth, your body. You're going to feel it too. Self destruction. You're headed for self destruction. You're headed for self destruction. Man, you done built up everything. What do you need to go rewind in the beginning of this 3 hour and 24 minutes and 48 seconds counting stream? I shouldn't even been going this long. But she said, don't stop. Somebody wants you to shut up. Don't stop. Because it'll be all good if you were spilling everybody's sacred tea. You'll have a whole house full. Because what we have learned is that people love romantic drama. Because that's the only thing that is close enough to them to feel like they have something going on that's worth being seen or talked about. And that's what's wrong with y'all. Y'all put enmity in between y'all relationships when they say keep that sacred. But y'all think it's resonating with the root chakra. What do you read? That's for your stability, your root chakra. You let these evildoers and deceivers deceive you out of what is right because they are the ones who used that knowledge of color system to make you feel in that way alarming. Why would it be red is alarming? Oh, it looks like fire. You a lie. There's fire that's blue. Even though the fire has all of those colors in it. The fire has the colors of the chakras in it. To think about it. How do I know? I'm a fire starter. That's what my daddy told me. Not the one you think is in the sky because he just in the sky up there, but the one who walked with me on earth that's now in heaven. I call on him. He my ancestor, right? Let me get some of this thing. Because I know he's a rain man and he know how to make it rain in many of those ways. But he said, speak life. Because you know I told you the law was of love. And see, they got it mixed up. Because they got the letter attached to the will. And this one is of a family, then this is of a family. This is for the tribes with family, and this is what the tribes wrote as a family. Which one we want to do away with them? Because if you want to be in a lawless time, then who is picking up with arms that they're gonna bear in this spiritual thing? Because I see y'all out there, y'all angels of death, your goons, your goblins, y'all ready to make something happen, to bring an end because you're tired and you can't go nowhere without the Most High releasing you. He told you there was going to be a time when everybody that wanted to die will not be able to. Or do I have to get the proof? Or we are going to proceed on with just the words of out of my mouth. You can go and look it up for yourself. Why they saying an indigenous woman talking about this? Because you subjugate yourself and the rest of everybody else to it. So when you start living it, you can't undo it. You have to go through it. So I'm telling you now, I'm here to plead a case. The elders are presiding. I know this for a fact. And around them, they are galactically collected for resurgence because they are trying to threaten the vitality of the earth. And you don't have to be religious to see that you shouldn't hurt where you stay. A house divided definitely will fall. Is this not the house of all living things? The earth. Oh, you ain't gonna vex me. I'm the messenger. I'm trying to warn y'all. It ain't gonna be what y'all thinking. See, you waiting on the 2045 initiative because they have a plan and they think they know what the time is based upon what they created. Nobody don't know how old the universe is because if they knew, they would tell you. It's a guesstimation based on approximations and earthly equations. Earthly equations have no ability to comprehend the complexity of what is in the universe. And who am I? I'm just one woman walking alone right now. I didn't tell you that nobody wasn't behind. They sent me to go forward because they know I know how to swim. And they know if I step in the water, I will float. I never told you that they wasn't watching. And they know when I move through the woods, the trees are gonna get out of the way. They know when I'm in the forest that the animals will provide for me. Who am I? I didn't tell you I had to eat them. I said they will provide for me. Why? Because I am the original. And had the ability to watch what I see, to learn what I was taught from what I watched, that I saw. Everything in life teaches everything in life. The ant showed you how to build a mound. The bird showed you how to build in the trees. The volcano show you how to light a fire. The mountain show you how to cut something down. The rock showed you how to roll. The wind showed you how to blow. The water showed you how to float. What is it that showed you how to love? That should be the main thing that we working on, right? His love will make you do some crazy things. Who not doing something for love? The saying is love kills. Why? because you didn't love right and you got in a battle and you lost. That's why you felt like you got killed, because you shouldn't have been battling with the things that which you love. Sabotage, self. I won't say that, because even in an intimate relationship with a counterpart, being the divine masculine to my divine feminine, why would I want love to feel like it kill? Why would I want love to be hard? If that's what I seek, it should be just that easy. Not saying that he is easy, not saying that she is easy, because there's a no whole nother perspective. And those words that we use to belittle or berate people is just so that you can have an edge to use a sword so no one else will want them after you try to cut them down because of your in contentions with them. I don't have to, but I feel like it's my calling right now to even be sitting in this seat to speak what I'm speaking. And I know whoever ain't gonna call me out by name that has any problem with me, no matter where they at or whatever they own, because they know one thing. I'm coming with this and I'm coming with this. And guess what? I'm not holding back. I'm not gonna stop. I have a lot of wind in me. I have a lot of air, because I don't have to do nothing that takes a whole lot of energy. My life ain't set up for that. I thank the Father every day for how it is. And it's nothing no one could ever say, whether they think it's their truth about me or not, that will make me stop doing the Father's work as a living vessel of the Word, moving in the fashion of a light. Got to keep up. That's all I would be asking. And this plea is for all inhabitants of the earth that has the ability to think critically about their participation in life. What are you not responsible for? Are you still desiring those things which come from the earth? You're part of the entire living as well. You may not be that much of a burden to the earth. Oh, you hug a few trees every now and then. You plant a few seeds in the ground when you can. You try to do your best to not be in debt. Those are the things that we're making be more important than just being able to live as people upon the face of the earth without any burdens, because the earth is full and do provide. You're better, you're not, based upon what it is that you can give to people. Buying who's not a slave. Even the slave will be a slave master for money. The house nigga, the field nigga mentality still going on to this day. She's too dark, he's too dark. Superficial ideologies every day. She's too thick, she's too thin. You sound like Goldilocks and the Three Bears. You're taking these marriages for vows that has not been presented to you in the Bible, but it goes outside of what it is that you those vows say with that contract. How many have not committed adultery? How many have not fornicated? I would be asking. And those will be the numbers of those tribes that I would say if it was up to me to judge in that manner. But it's not up to me because I know judgment is upon me as well. But I'm here to deliver the message. That's why judgment is upon me, because every message that I received to give to you all, I did not give it for being a lover to the core. But this is well as I can love, I can fight. And like I said, still waters run deep. I'm just waiting on the time that I hear somebody call my name. But I know they too scared. They ain't gonna do it online or nothing else. I'm waiting on the day that I see any part of my body. I'm waiting on a day when I hear any of my drum beats. Do you understand the capacity of my ability to comprehend beyond the veil of what it is that you present? Living waters. It was bestowed upon me to be able to transverse the waters. And inside of that, I had to be able to know thy vibration. It's called Know the Spirit by the Spirit. So, where do we go from here? You ask me. What are you talking about, Raven? I'm talking about you being in your light, in the essence of what the Most High God put inside of you in its entirety, uplifting that vibration that's inside of yourself so that you will know why you have discord and are not in harmony with those who carry notes around you. But the note that we did not notice is that musically, everyone's being played. Who is the musician? Right? Muse, musician, with etymological effect. There's many looking for muses because they have no inspiration. Their amusement is only in dictating or taking from others. Dictated to or taken from others. Right? Because they have no substance inside of them. Go back and rewind what I said. The fruits of their mouth. I get what the word say to the brethren. Some of you are so barren to where that's the only thing that you can do. And it's not saying that you don't have children. It's just that the fruits that you put forward don't go forward and multiply. And then we know that the tree can be referenced to those who are of God, bearing fruit and being multiplied. The Most High God at that. Because you got to remember the tree was there before man was, according to the creation story in the King James Version of the Bible, which is a compilation of all things therein religion. It's about how you use it to your advantage. You can use it as a disadvantage or you can use it to your advantage. Just like that, what they call it, that get some free card that a lot of you men are allowing your women to have because of the things that you are doing. Or a lot of you women are allowing your men to have because of the things that you're doing. But then let's get this clear. You see this here? This book right here, it'll tell you why a lot of stuff is like it is based upon what you think we live in and not basically paying attention to what we live in. The first marriage is what polluted the whole rest of all the living from what it was, huh? Adam and Eve. That's why everybody else suffering. How? Because they introduced other people into their bed. What? What I'm saying? They was responsible for it? Yeah, they were, because they were only on the east side of the garden, in the midst of the garden. There were other gardens in that garden. They wasn't the only couple there. Why you think Adam got kicked out of his own garden? That was their house. He didn't know his wife before God sold his wife. He just had a helpmeet. But what that mean? She was there. He didn't know nothing about her. How could he stop her from eating something if he knew her? He would have. Because he would have been able to feed her that which she was hungry for. Oh, but wait. What caused these godly beings who made in the image of God have to eat of anything in the first place? That caused them to have to put on skins. Oh, what that mean? They were not of flesh, but every bit of light. Put on their skin. What am I talking about? I've been knew this. I just stayed away from people because people is scary to me. Not that they scare me, but they do some scary shit that I don't have time for to be incorporated in. I don't like corporations. They're giants that have no regard for the people that they trample on. And some of you who are trampled are doing the same thing that those giants do. And I'm not talking about the ones whose bones y'all looking for up under the Euphrates, or the ones who you think are going to come back on Nibiru. I don't know where to begin, but my personals ain't that personal that weigh me down to where I can't do something for the collective. Because I look at my life and I laugh at the shit to the point to where some of them who deal with me be like, you crazy. No, I'm laughing at my life because I really can't believe that you would think that I am such a fool to where you can deceive me like that when I been fell on my head and I did not come through no ring of fire. I came out of the womb, out of the earth, not through the ring of fire. And there's a difference. Some that don't know would want to look deep into it. Go ahead, just study eugenics. Do you know where the hell round is? And why it's called the ring of fire? So when you speaking of birth that's natural and unnatural, The most natural part of the birth itself is a man and a woman coming together to bring forth that life. However that baby come out and is healthy, that's how it come out. Some of y'all so stuck on yourself, y'all think just because you not in the hospital having a baby on a bed that you better than somebody. No, you just better at having babies. You're the real baby making factory for the government. They know I can only go so many times because I've been cut. My children came out breech. They say don't tell too much. Somebody need to know this. This ain't nothing I have never shared before. This is my living testimony. I will not lie about my testimony for you because I know y'all good with perjury. You'll do anything because you love money. You can't see yourself being alive without it. You honor all of the brands who have strategically oppressed your people. You wear them like a badge of honor because that's the only way the other niggas in the community are going to see you as being somebody of high standard. Other than you live in high standards, your moral is so low. You'll walk past somebody that's homeless. I'm about to tell you about yourself. This for somebody. Because when you come for me, I'm coming back. What you call a woman, the moon, supposed to be the mirror of the sun. Let me give you some moon in the morning. Ain't no eclipse and nothing over here, motherfuckers. And yes, I said it. Because this is the message to the motherfuckers. Because you're trying to fuck over mothers that are trying to be there to help nourish you back to love. That will lead you to life before your death. Because you spiritually bankrupt. Don't have nothing to do with your pockets being hit. It have everything to do with your heart and your mind. You will walk past a homeless person who don't have no food with 2 bottles of water, drinking one, and you will pull the other one out when you look at them. I gave the harshest one because I had to let you see how they look. Just to stop somebody else from having something that you know they can benefit from. That will give you the reward of them honoring you. Because they would say, Lord, thank you. Now you want to find out who the Lord is? I honor the Lords of Lords. He wasn't just a Lord. He was the Lords of Lords. Because why? His works were great. No one could say that he isn't shit. She ain't shit. Where are we? Where do we want to walk in this time? You want to go and rewind? I'm going to remind you that's not happening. He said he has risen and he has come back with the sword of truth. Because the fact of the matter is, everybody trying to find out what truth really is. There's so much deception out there, they can't even trust themselves. Said that, I don't trust none of y'all. And you should do the same thing too. Why? I'm on the spill because the attacks through mail, through phone, video, ethers, in your dreams, feel it. It don't work. And it's not because I'm cold hearted. It's because my heart is guarded. And my heart is not based on the things that which you love. That's my secrets. I would never tell you what vibrates my heart. You will not pull on my heartstrings. It won't know what my weaknesses are. It won't know what my every desire is. It won't know what the back of my neck look like. Why I say like that? I might be carrying the weight of the world on my shoulders. And I'm about to push it off. They're doing something. But on the real though, you have to encounter love once in your life that is untainted from the desires of the world. I don't want what the world got. If the world is hell, nigga, why I want you to give it to me? If you trying to put me in hell, you can go there with it in the bottomless pit that you try to cast me in, it's going to swallow you up. And those flood waters of misinformation that you poured out of your mouth is going to be sucked up by the earth. And the earth will not be hurt by those that's standing on those four corners. He told you already. I am a daughter of the earth. I am a child of the Most High God. It ain't no claim. That's what I know me to be. No matter who think what they think I am, that just shows me if they were to think of me in any native light while they figure themselves to be right, that's because God or have ordained me to be that in their life. Regardless of whether you want to call it karmic or not, all of us have karma. Who said that karma was bad every rep? It's good karma. But see, that's the mentality that the deceiver wants you to think that it's not balanced. It's balanced. Everything is balanced. These karmic relationship. Karmic relationships are good. Speak on them. Are they karmic? Yes, they are. You can't use the word that has an entire statement with it with two facets that it reflects on, good and bad. Take it how it resonates. Eat what you can. Don't be a glut. And see, that's the whole thing. We're glutton behind the pursuit of prosperity instead of being in the pursuit of being fed just enough. I hear all other stuff. It's like, damn, I heard all the shots. I ain't gonna even worry about them. But I'll tell you this, being comfortable within yourself should mean more to you when you're looking for a prospective partner than what everybody else think about them. Because when everybody else see you with a prospective partner, if you don't have no one, and then you get somebody and you showing that light that you are happy and you glowing with that light, whatever it is that you guys have together, don't let nothing else come between that, because the moment you do, you are putting enmity in there yourself. You allowed it in. You are the Adam in your garden to block the door from whatever that shall not be inside of your home, inside of there, to attack your woman or your child or your children. You given the light, you given the goal for all of it to come, for the things that you put out. of your own mouth from what it is that is perverted in your mind about what you live in. If you think it is bad, if you think the food is bad before you eat it, why would you continue to eat it? Because you poisoned it then from your mind. And that's what your mind think. And you lying. That's just like the placebo pill. If they keep pushing it on you that every single person, C19, if they keep pushing it on you with a miseducation that all of those shots are active, then you are submitting yourself to the miseducation that was put out before the awareness of just buy the product. They told you everybody wasn't going to get the real thing. So some of you are thinking yourself into help. This is still an ongoing study. Nobody know the facts. They don't even know the truth about what could happen from those things. Now I'm about to lose energy on this device. Thought I had it charging up. And I'm looking at now, I've been going for 4 hours just speaking. And I really don't even be trying to have time for nothing like this. But I feel like this is more than my time to be here. As y'all say, y'all in the revelations or in the end of the days. I'm going to show up where I'm supposed to. It's a messenger how I'm supposed to. Now, who waiting on the bridegroom other than the bride and waiting? And I see the message that the device is showing me now with the slow feedback. That's always a rift of energy that's going on. But like I said, let me talk about some stuff that's controversial, that's going to keep people on the edge, that's going to pull on their heartstrings. I have a whole bunch of y'all up in here. Let me talk about who's getting government assistance or not, or depending on a sky daddy. I have a whole bunch of y'all up in here. Let me talk about whose rap artist is not the best rap artist, or whose rap artist is signing the worst debt contracts. I have a whole bunch of y'all up in here. And I ain't worrying about a whole bunch of y'all being up in here. I'm worried about putting this message out over the ether, because it's going to be here for years to come unless something happened drastically to the entirety of our existence, which I am trying to let you know it will be drastic if y'all keep doing whatever y'all doing to the earth. 2045 initiative won't be seen. Why could I say that? Why would I want to say that? So there's so much anything will take that is hurting it or him or her. You kick a dog, see, won't he bite your foot, especially if he sleep. Smack a hard on the ass, see, won't he kick back. Pull a chicken feather and see, won't he puck you or spur you. And better yet, you better not mess with that rooster, because oh my God, if you had one like I grew up with, he will spur you to that. Not literally, but you probably. That nigga was better than the pit bulls. Like nobody ain't mess with him. But these are the things that we could continue on doing, but not to be off on those who are spiritually bankrupt. But to those who are waiting on the inheritance of the Most High, I'm going to end this on this note. Your patience, your tears, Your suffering will not be in vain. Think of those things that are of a virtue that cannot be measured by the hands of man upon this time, because they have not the eyes to see. Their eyes are too full of lust and perversions. Keep the faith, whatever that may be. And for you who don't have any religion, I'm not excluding you. You know where you at in it. You don't have nothing to gain or lose beyond what it is on this face of the earth. You don't have a God to answer to. You don't have a heaven to go to, and you don't have a hell to go to either. But what you do have is the earth to be on as a good person. Now, if you think that just because you don't believe in a heaven or hell, that you can go about doing anybody anything, don't think that you're not gonna get paid back for what it is, because you got heaven and hell on earth that you're gonna answer to, and that's in the form of the people that are the living angels and demons, right? And we know that people send them for people every day, all day, regardless to what side of the fence they own, good or bad. They send for you all the time. I'm just telling everyone about how detrimental it is for us to live our vibrations, to be good to one another, beyond what it is that we see, that we desire with these worldly things that keep us in division and in debt, death, other than the debt that we have to pay already to society. And I also want to let you know, for those of you who are out there thinking that you have the right to do, those who are humbly, patiently living their lives and just waiting for their time to graduate, your works, they seen. You cannot hide your hand and throw rocks when you're living in a glass house. Is that glass bulletproof? Because at least I know it will be able to stop a rock. But then, if the pillar that holds that house fall, will it stand? So you need to know what foundation you're on, right? Nobody want to be perfect. We aspire to be perfect because we know that being perfect is always going to be someone coming for you to tear you down because they want that spot. That's what the devolve do. Love yourself, love your family, and keep the respect for yourself and your family first. Don't bring outside entities into your dwellings to where you can figure they're messing it up. You did it. You invited that. You brought that there. You wanted that. You couldn't live without it. Remember? Whatever that which it may be would be. And that go for me too. Why am I get mad at the TV if the TV sending me a signal that's messing with my brain when I brought the TV inside? You see what I'm saying? I'm at fault for all of what I do when it comes to that. Now, when you in battle with an opposing enemy that you don't know, seek the resources that you need, because a hidden enemy is just like a hidden lover. And sometimes they both one and the same. And I'm gonna end that on that note. I'm pressing it. Hey, what y'all doing? Hey, they don't want me to end.